Oh, great. Ah, here we are again. Well, again for the first time in a while. Hey. Hello. Okay, I think my mic is picking me up correctly. I don't know what the hell. Give me a minute. I'm gonna sit here and fiddle with my volume settings. It is now. Okay, recording. These. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, how about now? I think now it's too loud. Now I need to move it away from my face. And let's go to this screen over here. Telling you, I need to fix a lot of stuff. But anyway, let's just get all my Twitch stuff open. Yeah, I think that's working. You guys can hear me. I can hear the music. It seems like the music is playing. All sorted. Let's go. I had some technical difficulties today. My stupid relay server that I have to use to get the streaming working properly was broken. So yeah. Okay. I am currently in a struggle or a fight or whatever you want to call it with my UI again. So I'm just gonna start this one. Now I'm not saying I'm making anything that looks good at the moment, but I am struggling with it. So hopefully I can get to somewhere where it looks good. So we've redesigned this damn thing again, right? So that's not what I want to do. I want to do fit viewport. I've also changed the layout of Unity a little bit. I think I like that a little bit more. I also made let's just open C# project. I also made, so I'm not sure if this is going to be better or worse for you guys, but I also made the scaling of the UI smaller. Because I used to scale the UI quite a bit. Oh, my chair is not locked. Let's just get that fixed. I used to scale the UI up quite a bit more because I thought it was clearer on the stream. But I mean, you guys don't really need to see every single button and word in the buttons. I don't think so. But if we have to revert it, we can. But for now, we're going to try it this way. Now, let's see. Where are we? Okay, before we get going, let's get a sip of coffee. Say, now we can get going. Okay, so what I'm doing currently, right, we've changed the way, yeah, let's open this up quickly. So we changed the way we are doing. Where the hell is this stuff? Ugh. Ugh. Okay, my folders are confusing. There we go. I've been doing a lot of boring thinking work. So first of all, we changed the layout of the UI to look more like this. This is specifically that whole room preview thing. So you might remember previously it was this. And you know what? we worked with this and it was kind of okay, I guess, but it was just too complicated, right? It was complicated in bad ways, and it didn't really add too much to the feel, I felt like. So we decided to just simplify this again and really zoom in on the rooms, right? So we're going to end up with something like this, where the preview of the room is pretty much most of the screen. Your characters, instead of us having this thing here where we see all the stats of a character, the characters will all be previewed quickly over there. So we won't see all their other like stats necessarily, but we can see all the important things like their resources. We can see their names, health, stamina, and spell juice, right? And that felt better. We're gonna have some buttons over here, etc. And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna list out all the rooms over here. And this is where the preview is gonna be. And then inside the preview, we'll have additional buttons for the rooms, depending on, you know, what the room does and etc. Right? And I think this is gonna be much better. We also did a bunch of work with our color palette for the UI. So these are kind of just a quick reference for me for the colors. So it's going to be a bunch of orange and blue, right? So we use some color theory. These are complementary colors. So 220 and 40 on the hue. And then obviously we can change the saturation and lightness, or whatever that's called, to get all these different shades of the same hue. So we never change the color, but we do end up with quite a lot of stuff to work with, right? Okay, and this is just me. This is roughly what the new room slot thing is going to look like. Right, so since it's now a bar, horizontal rectangle, we can get a lot more information in there. And I feel like this is how I would like the information to be displayed. So first of all, we have the name of the room, its current time multiplier, its level, and its icon. And then here we can see which character's in the room and the character's name, right? And I figured we'd need the character name because sometimes you might have more than one character of the same type, and then it's a little bit difficult to distinguish between them. So that's where we're going. I'm currently busy building this. So yeah. I'm also trying to get to be better with doing the UI correctly, rather than just trying to do it quickly and then it looking like shit, right? So that's the plan, at least. Okay, so let's have a look here. Okay, we are currently looking at the bottom. So these are all the button element stuff over here. Okay, so this is our slots. And I think the last thing I did on the room element in the slots, yes, I added the room info holder. Yeah, what I'm trying to do as well is to make these things work a little bit better. Okay, let's just go back here. Okay, so we have these info holders. Okay, there we have the timer icon and the multiplier. Okay, and here we've got just the room level. Okay, so we're gonna take the room info holder. I don't think yeah, okay. So what I like to do now is this type of thing, where I copy it from here. Just do that. So room info holder. So that's a type of thing we have now. Just save it now like that. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Okay, so now we should have it over there. Nice. And what we can do now, well, we can do a lot of stuff, but for instance, I could give it a background or something. Yeah, let's see what I can do with that. Now, let's imagine. So what's nice about the color palette is I could do it like this. So I could do 220. So that's all the blue variations, and then I can move it around in this block, right? And technically all these colors are from that hue. Or what I could do, if I want a specific color from my palette, so if we go back to here, if I want any one of these specific colors, I define these as variables in my USS for my default theme. So, you know, I'm trying to do it the better way, I think. So what I could do is I could say set variable, and then I could just do something like blue, right? And boom, it's the blue. But I might not like the blue, so I might do dark navy, and now it looks something like that. Right, depending on, you know, kind of like what we want to go. What do we want to go for here? Right. I'm actually thinking about this now. So if we look at the room element, yeah, it's got a background. You see, this is where it gets annoying. Okay, so it's only got a right border. So if I want to make this one dark navy, yeah, if we want to, instead of just using straight up black, stick with like a bluish thing, we can. You know what? Let's just go with the black for now. I think going with the black is easier. We can always change it later if we want to. Okay, so room info holder. Yeah, I don't know if I'm with the colors currently or what I'm trying to do here, but okay, let's play with it a little bit more. So first of all, it would be kind of nice to give this thing a little bit of a margin, I think is what I need here. Oh yes, for sure. Okay, we can do 5 pixels maybe, and then maybe the top. Well, let's make the top 0 pixels, just so that there's this consistent gap here. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I'm not sure if I like the black, but I think I have too much black in general. Might have to come back here and change all the black to something else. But yeah, well, that's what it looks like. Okay, we also have this room name element. Now, if we look at where that one goes, yeah, it's just inside the room element, room name, so it's not contained within anything else. Let's see if we can't make something work here. So what if we stretch it? Right, then we should technically be able to give it a background and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, so the black is definitely becoming a little bit of a problem. Okay, let's take these ones and actually get rid of. get rid of those margins. I think all I want is a margin between them. Right, so that would mean I can only put one at the top. Like that. And then what I should be doing is taking the room element as a whole and give it like a 5. Padding of 5. And then theoretically things should start looking a little bit more even. Except for my room name, which I guess is a label. And labels got a bunch of padding and stuff. Okay, yeah. So let's just get rid of all the padding and stuff. Yeah, now it starts to look a little bit more aligned. We can do a 2 add on the top and the bottom, just to give it a bit more breathing room. There we go. Okay. Okay, next up we got our if we go back to our room slots, so we got the room timer icon. Okay. Let's just grab this, stick it in there, and we're gonna call this thing the room timer icon. Right, that's its name. I wonder if we shouldn't maybe make the room... Yeah, let's do something like this. Let's just give this thing a height. And then the icon can be a... Okay, we'll see about that now. Use external changes. Ah, yes, see. I didn't save it. Well, that's annoying. The timer icon should be in here somewhere. So we got the room info holder. Okay, that's just the level, and then this is the timer icon. Right, I think it is. Okay, but anyway, let's grab our... Okay, let's give it a bit of... I mean, it is in there. Okay. Oh, okay. You grab our room info holder and make sure everything is aligned like so. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, and we're gonna have to go back to the name and align it differently. Again, get rid of all of that stuff. Give it a black outline. Yeah, I mean, that looks terrible. Let's see, and then the holders, you know what, I'm gonna try something. Make that 0. Now they look like that. Okay, I see. Okay, what if I did it like this? Or maybe like this? Okay, now it's spaced. So like something, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, we can space them like that. And then we can just add padding on top and on the bottom, right? And it looks like so. And then what we can do is we take the whole room element and add padding all over, like so, to give us all the nice spacing. Okay, cool. Now we can look at our icon over here. Ah, okay, now these things are touching again. Yeah, it's because they are too big. Which makes sense. Okay. But anyway, let's look at our timer icon. It doesn't have to be that wide. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, let's give it a textured timer. Okay, yeah, I do have timer icons, so just get a nice one. Okay, that one's perfect. Okay, so there's a couple of things here. Okay, it's too big. That makes sense, right? Because it's 40. The height should just be auto, I guess. Yeah, something like that. Okay, we can also justify these things, like so. Okay, what's going on here? Ah, okay, it's got a height which doesn't make too much sense. And the only thing we could maybe change is the size of the text times 2. Okay, let's also go get rid of all our padding and margin. And then what I'd rather do, so let's just look at this. Yeah, what I'd rather do is just take this thing and make it center, like so. Yeah, it looks better. Okay, and then this one we can make it 20, make it center as well. And get rid of all that nonsense. Okay, so let's just see what's its problem still. Ah, okay. Yeah, we want to unset that one so it doesn't look weird. Okay, so that's what that one looks like. Now the text here. Okay, there's a bit of a problem still here. So we got those two. I mean, it doesn't actually. Ah, okay. Let's see what the problem is. The picture yeah, it doesn't really fill the whole thing, so that's why it seems a bit off. Let's see if we make it like 105. What's the max height we can go to? 130, okay. Go to 130. Let's put a little bit of, not a border. Unset that. Put a bit of margin. Yeah, okay, now that looks even worse. What if we put a negative margin? Can we center it a little bit more? Yeah, it looks more center. I like that. Okay, now for the level. Okay, I'm just gonna save this and then I'm gonna go in here. Okay, for the level I just did. Okay, so let's do level like so instead. So there's actually something to show. little bit more text in that block. That's maybe too much text. And we could do the good old LVL. Okay, let's see if that looks better. I think it might. I want to kind of make that icon a little bit smaller now. Yeah, that looks good. And then I think this icon shouldn't be that big. Okay. I think this is looking better. Okay. The black is a bit much. Okay, let's go to this. Where did the background come from? Where is this black coming from? It's not coming from here or from here. I guess it's the main container that's black, right? Yeah. It's not being set here, it's being set by the background. Okay, I see. So if I set a variable here instead, dark navy. Okay, so now it's blue instead. Okay, it might be better, I don't know. Or if we put a gradient texture thing in the background, if that helps. I kind of think that helps. Okay, let's try and put it over there and see if we can't find a different gradient that looks better. I don't know why that one. I kind of like this one. Okay, no, some of these are weird. Okay, some of these I might have to do a tint instead. Oof. Okay, yeah, no, this is kind of like this one. I think I'm just gonna do this one for now. Yeah, and then over here, what we can do is we can make these elements. Set variable dark navy. Well, you know what? Let's try something else. Let's see. We just go 220. If it might look better with a blue. You know what? I think it does. I think some other shade of blue might do us good here. Yeah, it's less harsh to look at, right? Gives it a bit of a pop, but it's not as ugh. Okay. What do we have in terms of other blues in our palette? We could do blue 2 or light blue. Okay, let's try one of those two. Okay, so we set a variable. Let's try blue 2. That's not one that exists, so I don't know. Oh, it's blue dash 2. Okay. Makes sense. So let's try that. Edit variable blue dash 2. Okay, let's try that one. I think it does look better, if I'm honest. Okay, we have this border. I think that's room element. It's got a border. Yeah. Okay, well, what happens? Just make that a dark navy border. You know what, now that I think about it, what if we just give this whole thing a dark navy border? Ah, this is annoying, you can't set it like that. Okay. Anyway, 5 pixel width. And it's 220. Let's just go get the numbers. The dark navy 120, okay. Yeah, so 220, 120. Okay, maybe we can make the borders smaller, like 2. I kinda like that right now. Make that one smaller as well. That's looking a little better. Yeah. So, and let's see if these... Oh, we're figuring it out, we're figuring it out. Okay, so the room name... okay, let's go to the room elements. What if we get rid of the padding, right? Okay, so now everything looks like that again. That might be fine. So what we could do is we could grab the room name. Oh. Let's give it a little bit more oomph. Alright, but then we also just let the name actually go to the center. And then we can put a 2 pixel border on the bottom that we set variable dark navy. Maybe we can do it. Okay, let's see if we can get these two to look a little bit better. So if we put a 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 2 pixel. Okay, it's 220, 120. I kind of like that. Yeah, somehow that works for me. Okay, then we got the room icon there. Now, I'm not sure about the background. What am I using here? White, blue. I wonder if a gray would be better here. Like white gray or light gray. Well, let's try it. Gray. Okay, that's not something that exists apparently. Gray dash white. Okay. I seem to be inconsistent with my color naming. So it's gray. That does look better. Now the blue pops a little bit more. Okay, let's go with that for a little bit. Until I feel like it could look better. I see this icon has distorted a little bit. yeah, overall, I mean, I'm probably going to change my mind again. But let's just pretend I'm not going to change my mind for a while and go with that for a bit. Okay. Now, we are on the character side. So this is where the character is shown. So we got the icon and the character name, right? So the character name... Okay, so let's see. The character elements got a size, doesn't it? 35% of the width. Okay. Okay, let's work with the name. Let's take the icon and allow it to grow, right? And then the name. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's just put a name and icon. Or let's put a name in there at least. Just so we have something to visualize this with. Okay, where do I add the name? Character name. Okay, somewhere here. So we could just do character name, not text, equals let's do Bon RB. Right, that's one of our owl names, I think. Okay, let's just save it like so. And let's go see. Okay, so now I'll at least have some text here that we can look at. Make sense of all this. Okay, Barnaby, there we go. Now when we start editing this so we can actually look at something. You know what we should do actually? And let's go here. What if we had yeah, something like this. Hard seed. Room slot dot element background. I don't know if I'm... But basically we do something like this, right? We grab that. We essentially do something like this. You know what? Yeah, we could do this. Boom. Dark navy. Yeah, I think it is dark navy, but it's dark navy in a different way. So we can set the variable. And what I kind of want to do is I want to do this. So everything I want to have this background, you can set it like that. And we can make... we don't need to set the border width. I think that will set on a case-by-case basis. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like this idea, because then I don't have to keep setting the border and background color. Okay, so where's the background color? I think it's this one. So just grab this. Something like that. Right, and then the idea would be that we get the stuff that we want and we add it to this element. We add this class to them. Yeah, I like that. So what we could do is something like, yeah, like room name. I know room name needs to have this background, so we can do room name dot add to class list. Element background. Right, so room name has that, and then room info doesn't, but room info holder does. So these two. Yeah. So room info holder 1 needs to grab that, and room info holder 2 needs to grab that. And the point here is that if I want to change those colors in the future, it's going to be easy, quick. Okay, so it's the name, the 2 room infos, and then the name of the character, I think. Yeah, character name. Okay, something like that. Yeah, so this is nice, and what that means is, now we can go to character name, obviously, and we can still change stuff here, but I should be able to, so let's see. So let's just make these nothing, because I like it that way. Now, let's suppose, okay, so the character name should be at the bottom, right? So we can grab the character element maybe, and let's just do it like this. So the character name's already at the bottom. Now the character name, I kind of want to have it have a height of at least 30. Yeah, something like that. Some other things. I don't know how big the text needs to be, but it should be centered. And now what I could do is I could just give it a top border of 2, and it should already be the correct color. Now that's nice. And the background is already set because of my element background. Right, now some of these won't change because I obviously overrode it. It's overwritten by the name selector, but what I could do now, I could go to room name, for instance, and I can just do stuff like unset the colors. So I can unset that one, and where's the other color? I think it's a background color. Yeah, I can unset the background color, and it doesn't change, and I think I like that. And same here, we can just unset the background color, and we can go down here, and we can unset those colors. It doesn't really change anything, so the only thing we do here is borders. And then over here, if I want to change the colors in the future, I can. If I change them over here, it's going to change. That seems good. Okay. Okay, but anyway, so we got the name. Now, Barnaby is quite a long name, but I mean, it could be longer. So I think I'm gonna keep that text size. It's nice, big, and readable, so it's not like it's too small. Yeah, I like that. Okay, now... Okay, so the character icon holder is a funny one. Okay, so it's currently underneath. Okay, that's not necessarily right. Oh yeah, no, that's not right at all. Hey. Do we need to change the ordering of these? I think we should. Yeah, that might be... Okay, let's just save this so I don't override the changes. I'm figuring out how the workflow works here. Okay, so what if we did the character icon holder over here instead? That way we add the name first and then the icon holder. So when we order it from below, the name should be and then the icon. And that's how we want it, right? We want the icon on top, so we save that. let it sort it out. So these two should invert. It's probably going to collapse all that stuff now because it's how it works. Oh, it didn't. Okay, great. Okay, but now the icon holder is just on top. Perfect. Now, icon holder. I would love it if you actually try to fill in the space, right? Oh, the naming is wrong. Okay, it's called icon holder, and here I called it character icon holder. Ah, my bad, my bad. So what we probably should do is come over here. I was wondering why it didn't work. Yeah, character icon holder. Oh, I said the name twice like a dumbass. Oh, okay. I see now. Oh, this is because I didn't actually work with this yet. Again, okay, cool. Let's see, character icon holder. Okay, wait, let's remove these two because I'm not using the class anymore. Okay, now that should fix it. Yeah, because I'm setting the name twice and then I'm overriding the original setting of the name. Like a fool! Okay, now it's character icon holder. Okay, fantastic. So now the changes I'm making here will actually affect it, right? So let's just unset that. But yeah, now it is actually filling all the space. Okay, cool. Okay, so these are my elements. Honestly, I might change the blue. So now what we should be able to do, so let's just, let's test this. We go over here, we're like, this background blue 2 is a little bit much, or it's not enough. We could change it to light blue. Right, so I think it's -- light blue, for instance. Okay, and we save that. And then it's light blue instead. Yeah, it's even worse somehow. Okay. Let's just change it to blue. Our base color, blue. That's actually not too bad. Okay, I might come back to this, right? We'll just leave it at that for now. Yeah, the thing is, we're gonna have to look at this holistically at some point to really get these colors tuned. I am noticing that this text is a little bit floaty when I zoom out. It shouldn't be that small ever, but anyway, okay, let's leave it at that. So that looks pretty good. I like what we did now. Let's just put this one at the top again. Okay, like that. Now, if we look at these, right, we have a room element, a character element, and an unlock button. Right, so the idea would be that the unlock button is displayed when there's nothing there, and these other two elements are not. Right, so for slot number 4, let's see if we can't make it disappear. No, we can't do that right now, can we? No, I don't think we can. We might be able to preview this inside of the if we actually play the game, but yeah, for now that's about as good as it's gonna be. Okay, so now we need to think about the logic a little bit more. Also, I kind of want to change this Okay, let's just save. Let's go change this. I don't like the background thing I'm doing over here on my characters, so let's open that UI. What did I call this thing? Character overview? I think so. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's just see. What did I do here? So somewhere. Okay, we got an icon and some other stuff, and I gave it a. Let's see, is this the background? Yeah, I gave it a background which just darkens everything, and I kind of don't like that. Let's unset that. We might still do this in specific places, but not like all over the show. I don't think so. Okay, let's just save that, and then let's open our new hard seed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Doesn't quite work, does it? There's definitely something going on there. Now what we can do, I think this will work. So if we add a selector, call it character overview, like so, it should grab. Ah, no, it doesn't grab them. Because it's a template. Okay, if we do dot character overview, and then we can apply it to each of them. Okay, now we got it. This might actually be a better way to do this. And then we change the... Yeah, because we could now, for instance, go and change the background, right? To what looks good. Yeah, I think that's maybe how we do it. So let's just save, and let's go get rid of the border as well, because the border doesn't make any sense in that, if you think about it. Nope, what am I doing? Yeah, let's get rid of the border. So we'll mess with that stuff in there. Border? Unset the border. Yeah, no border. So we leave it blank, and then background and border we set over that side. Open UI. Yeah, so now there's no background or border, which means we can grab it and we can fiddle with it here instead, which I think is going to be better. And now we can even do stuff like, I don't know, put a gradient behind the characters, you know. Might be cool. I don't know. Might be cool. Might also be stupid. But let's see what we got here. I mean, these look terrible, right? Yeah, we could do something like that. I mean, it looks horrific, but okay, we'll fiddle with this a little bit. Yeah, and the image tint, we can now set a variable dark dash navy, right? Boom. Now we got our tint. And then what I really want to do is give these guys some space to breathe. In the form of a margin to the left. Maybe. Let's give them a margin on the right instead. Yeah, then we can just grab this one and make sure the margin is 0 because it's on the end. And then what we can also do, I guess, maybe just pad everything by 10 as well, and from the left pad it. I'm not sure. Okay, but anyway, at least they do have gaps now. Now I'm not happy about the background, let's just be clear. I was just fooling around. Okay, so let's see, what other gradients do we have that could look interesting here? Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's give it a 2 pixel border. Okay, things moved. Let's make the color let's see, actually. I think it's what color? Color is this border over here. I feel like it's too dark, right? It's too dark. Okay, so this would be 40 something, right? Okay, let's see if we get rid of this. I mean, that's better than the black, I think. I seem to think so. Okay, now the background's still too dark. Let's see if we can lighten things up a little bit. Yeah, okay, so let's look at our texture that we got over here. Our gradients. Let's see what else we can do here. Ooh, yeah, some funny looking gradients. Now I think if I change the tint, it'll probably lighten it up a bit. So let's edit the variable and let's just do blue. You know what? Let's do the gray, white tint. Okay, then we just need a much better texture. That's horrific. Maybe we shouldn't put a background. Have you thought about that? Oh. Let's get rid of the background. Somehow that looks still terrible, but, you know, what you gonna do? Okay, let's get rid of the border as well. Okay, we can't get rid of the border entirely, can we? We need some form of spacing between them. What we could do, perhaps. Okay, let's see. So if we take the top and right borders away. Okay, no, maybe the top and left borders. That looks a little bit more elegant. And you know what? We can even make the borders thicker. Now we cooking with some fire. I feel like we're getting somewhere. Okay. Well, what is with the gap here, though? Oh, the gap is because of a a margin thing I put here. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay. Now what if we change the size of these borders all to 4? You know what? I'm gonna save this. And then I'm gonna go into my code instead. And let's just see. Okay, that's shop stuff. Oh wait, I didn't set it here. Ah, for Pete's sake. For Pete's sake. The one I did set here is the character overview. So we want this to be a variable. Okay, which one is this? Room preview. You don't have a... No. Okay, so that must mean we set it in here. Light orange. Wait, how did I do that? I thought this was impossible. Oh, border. Aha. Okay, so what we could do, we want them to use the border. You just grab border. Where's border? Is it in default theme? Okay, that's interesting. So what we could do, just put the border on each of these. And that should set the color of the border. So if I come here and I unset that. Okay. Didn't? What's the point of border? Oh, it just wasn't set. What, are we kidding me? Okay, there we go. And the colors are the same. Okay, and maybe we then remove the bottom border. We just want to put the border in between. I kind of like the size of it. Let's see, Hugh, do you give the size? No, you don't. Okay, so that must be over here. And at least the size we can grab from here on the border. Yeah, I really like 4 more. 4 looks pretty good. And I kind of... Maybe we remove the border from the outside. Hey, am I crazy? Yeah, let's remove that one and that one. And over here we remove the right and the bottom. That looks pretty clean. Obviously we need a pad here, but that's fine. Yeah, look at that. Look at how clean this is looking right now. What? Very nice. Well done, me. What we could do as well, maybe on the main container, we just put a bit of padding everywhere just so we have it. Like 5 pixels. Just all around. Okay, that changes my border. Okay, that's annoying. Why does it? Don't be like that. Okay, we want the border to go to the edge. Okay, so that means we can't do it there. Can we do it like in top? So if I wanted a margin on the side, 5. Oops. Okay, no. Margin 5. Okay, that breaks that one as well. Okay, well, that's annoying. Okay, let's just look at the character overview itself then. And if we give it some padding. Oof. Oof. Okay, padding really distorts the thing. I think this is the size it wants to be. Yeah, 'cause even if we just did like that. Okay, it just moves it over. And then those lines don't meet up anymore. I don't like that. Okay, we might have to change that somewhere else. Okay, but for now, let's keep it clean. Let's keep it like this, where all the lines actually meet up where they need to. And I think that looks better overall, right? A little bit more lighter. Okay, this blue is looking worse and worse every day, but every minute I sit here looking at it, it looks more bad. But okay. Okay, so the next thing I think we should do is see if we can get these elements to work again, right? So, whoopsie. That's going to be a lot of code stuff. So what I would like is these top ones should act like your default slots normally would. So if you click on any of these, it should select the character. Right, so if you click, character should be selected. And if you look at this, you can see it's now clearly split into two sections. So if you click on this side, I wanted to open the workshop, you know, the actual room that you want to click on. If you click on that side, it should only select the character. I don't want it to be that if you click on the character icon, you then also select the shop, right? Because maybe you don't want to change your view in the middle over here. Right, so that's one of the things we should get going. The only thing I'm thinking about is whether anything works at the moment. Okay, so let's look at our UI stuff. So UI manager, level prep hard seat. So we have to change a few things here just to get everything to work. So the source asset will need to change to version 2, so this one, so we work with this room instead. And now I think things will be breaking. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so let's open our level prep hard seed UI scripts. We can stick this USS in here now. The rest of it. Okay, so here's where we start off, right? Okay, so let's see how this is gonna break. Okay, so the first thing that's gonna break is somewhere here in start, if I'm not mistaken. So we still create these characters. I might change the whole way I think about this, to be honest. Yeah, honestly, I probably should. Oof, there's a lot of stuff now. Yeah. It's gonna be tricky. Yeah, so the default slot's not gonna be a thing really anymore. Wow. Okay, but let's go through this and see how it breaks. If it doesn't break right now, I'm not going to change it. I'll change it later, and when I start tweaking functionality. I just want to see if we can get it to actually run again. Okay, so all these pretty much fine. So here's probably where some of the problem is going to be with those. Slot list, character list, all those types of things. So let's go here. Init character list. So get a new character list. 4 player get party. Okay, that should be fine. This should work. Yeah, so these callbacks that are registered, yeah, that's kind of not the way I want to work it anymore. Okay, so default slot is default slot some number. Okay, so that's not the way I want to do it anymore. How do I want the default slot to work? Do I still want a default slot? Now, the benefit of having that thing work as if it's a type of slot is I can still click on it the same way as I normally would. Yeah, but I kind of don't want to do it that way anymore. Yeah, okay, so let's go here. So this would be character overviews now, and they're going to be named character overview _1, for instance. Okay, and we can just go through them and rename them to... Okay, this is number 3, and this is character 4. Right, so that's where we start off. The character overview itself is now its own thing. Now, what we should do perhaps is have a script for the character overview that's clickable, or that allows us to do some of the logic like we do with the more character stats, right? So, yeah, that seems reasonable. So let's go to our scripts and let's add that character overview script. So this would be in UI toolkit, why not? Okay, we'll call this one character overview. Where did I put my more character stats? Is that a custom UI element? I don't remember. I just put it in UI. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Whatever. These folders don't make a lot of sense right now. But okay, so we do something like this, and then since the character overviews are presented in the level prep hard seed, we can add a component here, character overview UI, right? Something like that. And now we can open this, and we can work with this one as well. Okay, so something like so, and no, that's not where I want to be. I think I'm just going to start hot reload here, so it doesn't have to do this every time I delete a line. Okay, done. Okay, so this is going to be a significant mix-up here. So let's just get all my important stuff over there. Let's just pin them. Okay, so we got our level prep Heartseed UI. Yeah, so I'm considering just scrapping 90% of this stuff. Just maybe creating a new script entirely. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the reason is it's a mess, right? I'm gonna be redoing so much of the functionality. It's like, do you just create a new script, start from scratch, or do you want to try and finagle this thing to do what you want? You know, let's try the finagling. I'm gonna try and finagle it. Okay, so some of the things that's gonna change is, first of all, the character. But this is everything to do with the character in this menu. So now it'll actually have a character overview UI, right? It doesn't necessarily have a default slot anymore. It's got something else called a character overview UI that we need to assign it, right? Ooh, that's interesting. So the character overview UI. Okay, so it's got. Oh. Didn't quite think about it. So this is actually this thing here. I can see the Heartseed room slot because it's a class that I defined, right? And the character overview UI would kind of be each of these things, right? But they're not really called that. They are just a template instance, right? So I would need, this is going to be similar to how I handle the more character stats. Which is a bit rough, not gonna lie. So if we open up more character stats UI instead, right? Show you roughly how that works, right? So we got our more character stats. So we create one of these, and we're gonna essentially create one of them for each of those as well. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. So let's do public class character overview. We're going to create a character overview, and now that I'm thinking about that, maybe this should just be a character overview then. Dot character overview. Right? So it's a subclass, so we grab one of those. So each character has a reference to a character overview. Right. That makes more sense. Okay, and the character overview itself that we create here. So there will be one of those for each new character. So what information should it contain? Well, if we take inspiration from our more character stats, right, it's obviously got all of the visual element type stuff and labels and things like that, stuff we want to edit, right? So that's one thing. But then it should also have a way of finding, oh no, I use a dictionary instead, okay. So this element only contains a bunch of visuals, and then we reference it using a character ID. Maybe that's a better way of doing this. Unless I want functions to run when you click on it and stuff like that. Oof, okay, this is an interesting one. Okay, but at least we know it's going to have a visual element, right? So that's just the actual element itself for the character overview. All right, and we'll have a public here, init character overview UI. Right, we'll do something. Whoops. Whoa. Public void. Oh, geez. Init. So initialize character overview UI. Something like that, right? Yeah, and what we essentially have to do here is we have to grab each of these character overviews, I guess, and do something with them, right? Okay, we need to be careful here. So in this case, with the more character stats, we have a more character stat start, which is kind of what we are doing now. So it goes through the root and it goes through all of these and it does that stuff, right? So yeah, we kind of have to do the same thing. So when we initialize this, I think a for each, what actually do I for each it with? I think I go through, not that one. Yeah, I get the characters from my game object. Yeah, okay. And so it's a game object character in player manager dot instance dot party members. Yeah. So we just go through this and we grab all our party members, right? And int I equals 1, I guess, because our first party member is going to be, well, our first party, it doesn't really, nah, you know what, I don't need this. No, I do. I do, actually. I do. Okay. So in this case, we go through the party members, and we check how many party members we have, and for each party member, we need to create a character overview and connect the main element. Okay, so we need to do something like, okay, are we going to go with the character ID plus, yeah, the dictionary thing? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Public dictionary. Okay, so we grab a dictionary and we say key is going to be character ID. So this is a character data dot character. Okay, now where does the character ID come from again? Player manager. Okay, I'm sorry. The player manager keeps the character IDs. Okay. Character ID and the character. Oh yeah, it already knew what I wanted. Character overview. Overviews. Character overviews. Okay, so something like that. And when we initialize this, we just want to make sure that our character overviews equals new. So just make the dictionary before we start adding stuff to it. Okay. And then we can do character overview. We just create a new overview, for instance. Right, and a few things we would have to do here. Well, we'll probably do a bunch of things here, but at the end, at least, we would have to do character You know what? Character overviews dot add. Well, no, how do you add to a dictionary? Again. Well, no, we grab the character dot get component. Okay, let's think about this. What exactly do we want to have in here? Probably need quite a few things. So if I think about it, we'd probably need character data and character stats. Yeah, so there's an overview associated with each character, right? So let's just think about this. So we'll need a public character data, I suppose, and we'll need a public character stat manager. So those two things we'd need. Yeah, okay, so some of the stuff we'll do here. So can we do character data dot character add? Okay, let's see. When you add, you need to give it a key and a value. Yeah, okay. So the key would be character data dot character ID. Don't I have a character ID in my character data? That's weird. Okay, how the hell do I do it here then? So we still have a character ID and a more character stats, right? So that's fine. Character ID. So in the character data, there is a character ID. Yeah, it's what I thought. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Okay, wait a minute. We need to do overview dot character data dot character ID if we want to do it this way. And then the value would be overview. Okay. That's better. Okay, but anyway, so we get a character data. What would be nice is if we can get these instead, and then we can just use them for now. Yeah, so we could do that. Character stat manager. So something like that, and then we could actually just do character data straight here. Okay, but if we got them both, we can then do overview dot character data and overview dot character stat manager. So we just get them and set them like that. Now what we still need to do is to get our main element. Okay, now this is where it gets interesting. Yeah, so our character overview, I guess we can get the level prep hard seed UI thing going here. Yeah, why not? Level prep hard seed UI, so we can grab it over there. And then if we have that, we can do level prep hard seed UI dot main container. So what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to do main elements equals. Okay, then we can do dot q. Right, and we query for a, I guess just a visual element in this case. And it's going to have a name. Right, and the name would be string.format. Okay, so what exactly do we put our string as? Essentially, it's going to be one of these, right? Character overview underscore some nonsense. Okay, and the some nonsense we just replace with that. Well, we need to put these in parentheses. And then argument 0 would be I. Right, that makes sense. We get character view, and then it replaces that with that, which is 1 at this point. Oh, this is overview dot main element. Okay, so we just get the main element, and there we got it now. Obviously, at the end of this, right here, we'd had to just do I++. So if there's more than one of these, we actually go through all of them. Okay, that seems like something at least. Now what we could do is we could register callback, right? We want something to happen with our main element. With this thing, if you click on it, right? That is a thing we want to do. Okay, but for now, we can let's do this. Elements. Data. Okay, so what other elements does this thing have? So it would be a good idea. Okay, so let's just look at it, right? So it's got a name, a level. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff here. And it's not all nice and named necessarily. Okay, but we got an icon, a level, got a room icon. And then on this side, we got a name, health bar, stamina bar, and spell juice bar. So we need to grab all of these elements in order to access and update them as we go, right? So let's go. I'm gonna grab a snipping tool because this is gonna be annoying. I'll just grab all that. I'll stick it here on the side where it's not in the way, but I can quickly reference it. Hey, let's go have a look. So we got our main element, so that's like the root thing right at the top, right? But we also need public visual elements. Okay, so let's see, what else do we need? Yeah, character icon. Okay. Then we need the room icon. Okay, inside character level. Okay, let's just go back here. So character level is that thing, obviously, but I think there's a label in there. We need to change the label, obviously, inside a character level. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do public label character level. We'll figure that one out now. Okay. And then we have a public label name. That will be the character name. Okay, then we've got these health bars. Public, I think it's a custom progress bar. Yes, okay. So the one is the health bar. Okay, then we got the stamina bar. And then finally we got the spell juice bar. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, that's all the elements this thing contains that we might need to go and finagle. Yeah, custom progress bar, this thing. Yeah, okay. It's a class. Sets up like this. So we need to initialize them to tell them which type of bar it is. And then we need to call update progress bar values. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, but we got them at least. Now we need to initialize all these things, right? So we got all them. We did this is just the data again. Setting the data. And now this is going to be the elements. Okay, so we got the main element. So now we can go overview dot character icon. It's going to be something like overview dot main element dot hue, and this is going to be a visual elements with the name. Oh, jeez. Okay. The name character icon, right? Because I tried being good with the names. Okay, so we'll do that one. Okay, so we have another one. So we have two visual elements. The other one is named room icon. Okay, so those are two visual elements. Okay, then we have two labels. Okay, so let's see, character level. Okay, character level is a tricky one. Because we're going to get the visual element, and then we're going to say dot hue label. So we just get the label inside of that thing. Yeah. Okay, and then overview dot name. Okay, this is going to be a label, and it's just name, right? Something like that. Okay, then we can go overview dot health bar. Okay, dot q custom progress bar. Oops. Okay, we're just looking for the health bar here. Okay, we just copy paste and use stamina bar, spell juice bar. Oh yeah, should have done that as well. Okay, so now we got all those set up. So the elements are set up in some way, except for we also just need to do this dot init custom progress bar. So it needs to be get a type, right? Okay, so custom progress bar type dot health bar. Alright, so we need to do something similar for these two. Right, so this is going to be a stamina bar. This is going to be a spell juice bar. Okay, that just changed the colors and stuff, so it's nice. Okay, just thinking, we should probably also, when we create these the first time, you know what we should do actually? Maybe I should have something like this. Public void creates character overview. Right, because I'm just thinking like a lot of this stuff's going to be required every single time, right? Yeah, essentially. So if we create a character overview, what we could do is we could just give it a character. That's one way. Yeah, so we could do that. It would be better if we asked for something like character data instead, I would say. But let's see, in more character stats we did this, but then I also have create more character stats, and I just get a game object actually. I guess that's fine. Okay, game object and character. But if we did that, and I just grabbed all this stuff, yanked it out of there, stuck it in there. Alright, this is all gonna work. But now all we need to do... Okay, this eye might be a problem. Yeah, so it doesn't have it over there. So that's just the one we need. I guess that is why I kept it separate. So we have this one which jumps through it, right, creating everything. But we also have this create character overview, and the difference is this one is adding new overviews later on, right, or initializing new overviews. And in that case, when this one happens, we actually want to use our list of characters dot count, right, as our eye. Yeah. Okay, now fortunately it doesn't make too much of a difference. Okay, but now everything should be initialized and added and all that good stuff. Yeah, this wouldn't work over here because if you already have 4 characters and you try to initialize it like that, yeah, it's not actually gonna loop correctly and do it correctly. If you only have 1, it doesn't matter, right? Then this one would just work. But if you have more than 1, so either we have to make sure that you always have 1 at the start. Right, that's one way of getting around this. Yeah, no, this is fine. Okay, so we got on our data and our elements connected. That's good. Now we haven't done any other stuff, like what happens when you click on it, right? But at least we created a character overview, and we've got a lot of data and elements inside. So now obviously when you click on it or anything happens to it, we need to do a couple of things like update our health bars and things like that for a start. Yeah, so I think that's one of the things we should maybe write a separate function for. So if we look at our more character stats, right, there is, let's see, show more character stats. It's not really the one I want. Update more character stats. So right here you can see we upgrade the progress bar values for health and stamina and not spell juice, I guess. But essentially we need to do that, and we need to get the current health and stamina and then play that against the max health and stamina. And so something like this. We can copy this. And what we can do is, you know, we could just have another function here, public void update character overview. Yeah, let's just do it something simple like that. And now what we can do is we can just loop through all our elements in the dictionary. So we could just do for each bar character yeah, why don't we do this? Why don't we do character overview? Overview in character. What is this stupid thing called character overviews? Dot values. Just loop through all the values, right? Okay, one of the things we do is this, where we take our overview we get the health bar and we update it. So this is now going to be overview dot character data, since we got that stuff inside of the overview. There we go, that should just work out. So that's health, and then finally we just need the spell juice, right? Spell juice. Spell juice bar, so we get the current spell juice, and we get max spell juice. There we go. So that should just at least update those values. Now there might be some other things we want to update potentially in the future. For now, every time we call update, we just make sure all of them are correctly shown. Yeah, if you think about it, the only thing... Okay, so these three could change, right? So as the character maybe rests and recovers and does all the things, you know, those bars will go up and down. The level... I'm not sure about the level. It's like, do we want the character to be leveling up? Maybe not, but we should be able to update the level at least, right? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We should be able to update the level. Okay. Anywho. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah, so we could get the character level, right? So we could also do that. Character level dot text, right, equals, and I'm not sure, is this in character data? No. Overview character data dot level. That's an integer dot toString. Right, we just do that. It's a very cheap operation, right? If we want to update the bars, we might as well just update the level every time. Very simple one. Okay. Oh. Don't know why this is here. Also not sure why this is needed. Oh, I think it's because I'm copying stuff and then it just automatically does that. Yeah, must have been that. Okay, so that's updating our character overview. Now, what else can we do here? So if we look at our character overview again, the only other thing is this little icon here, which shows which room it's in. Oh, and the name. I never set the name to anything. Okay, let's go set the name quickly. Oopsie. Okay, so somewhere here, when we do this, we need to do, well, we could just go here. We can do overview dot name dot text equals character data dot name It is a string, so that should be fine. Right, so, and we're not updating the name ever, I don't think so. Well, maybe we do one day, but for now we just need to actually set the name to something. Right, I think I'm getting closer. So we have this update character overview. Now, obviously, one of the big ones that we still need is to click on the character overview. That should do something for us. So the question is, do we want that to be a function in here that we register a callback to? Or do we want it to be a function inside of the character overview? I kind of like it just in here instead. So let's do that. So let's do public void character overview clicked. Right. Overview character overview clicked. So the first thing we want is an event. Pointer down events EET. And I think we want the character overview to be given. Right, so that we know to do something with the specific character overview. Now, okay, this is one way we can go about this. Now, to think about what this does when it's clicked, right? I kind of wanted to do a few things. So when it's clicked, I wanted to select the character, obviously, because you clicked on the thing there. So selecting the character should happen, and I kind of want to preview the room the character is currently in. That makes sense. So similar to what could happen if you click here. So we need to select the character at least. Okay, so the one issue I might have. Okay, so let's think about this. How would we normally select a character? So that would normally happen in the hard seed UI. So when you click on a character, yeah, okay, there's a bunch of stuff that happens in here that we might have to link to a character. So we want to select one of these, right? Okay, so when are they selected? So as far as I remember, there's a function here for selecting characters. Yeah. Select character and a character. Okay, so we need to give it the character that we want to select. That is a little bit complicated because we don't have a direct connection between our overview and the character in that way. We have character data and all that stuff. I mean, we could do public level prep hardseedui.character. This is gonna be that naming. I'm just gonna call it a UI character because it's not a character in the real sense. Or let's call it the hard seed character. All right. Something like that. I don't know. Okay, but this is still a bit of a problem because how do we get the hard seed character? So I guess in our level prep hard seed, Okay, we create a new character. Oh, you know what we could do? Yeah, we could give these guys... Okay, let's maybe do that. Let's give the character and all the goodies... Yeah, let's connect them. So we could do a character overview like this. Okay. And yeah, then maybe instead of just initializing it like this, we let the level prep hard seed do all the initializing stuff. And we just create a character overview every time. That is probably the correct way of doing this. Yeah. So we just make sure we initialize this. So we create the character overviews, right? And then obviously we do all the adding and stuff. And then over here with the data. Okay, we just need to be careful here. So we need a character game object and level prep hard seed UI dot character. Hard seed character. Right, something like that. And then we can do overview dot hard seed characters equal to the hard seed character that we got, right? Yeah, this might be the correct way. So we just make sure we initialize this from here. Okay, so essentially what we want here is a new public character overview UI, right? And when we start, or we do too many dumb things, yeah, like we shouldn't do anything with characters yet. Yeah, so we can just do character overview UI dot, not like that. Character overview UI dot initialize character overview UI, just to make sure it's initialized, like so. And then when we initialize our character list, we obviously can do it like this, and then later we can add characters. Okay, so one of the things we need to do here is we need to go to the overview character UI dot create character overview, right? Yeah, and we need a character game object, so we should have that. Character object and this. No, and ch, which is our character. Yeah, so something like that. And then we do the same thing over here. And it's also called the character object. Okay, cool. And the character is the same thing. So now we create those elements and we connect everything as we populate this list. And the nice thing now is the character overview. You know what? We can actually do is we can return a character overview, right? So we do all this stuff, and at the end we return overview. And now we might not even need the list. Well, I don't know. We might not need the dictionary, but anyway. So since we return the character overviews, we can do ch.character overview equals that thing. So it creates, returns, and assigns. That's nice and elegant. Good. Good, nice elegance. I love it. I love it so much. Okay. That's pretty good. Our character overview is now created and assigned with this thing, which is better. Okay. Now, okay, where it gets a little bit funky is now with this character overview clicked. So when it's clicked, okay, we need to think about this. Okay, so we can click the overview and it will be a pointer down event and obviously the overview that was clicked. Right, so that means when we create the character overview, what we could do is overview.register main element.register callback, right? And we want a pointer down event, and we want a character overview. All right, and we want to do character overview clicked, and this. Well, not bad. Overview. Okay, that should work, I think. It's gonna be a tricky one. Okay, but so now we register the callback when it's clicked. And now we can do stuff with it. Now the overview. Okay, so the overview has a hard seed character, which is from the UI. Okay, so that's good. So we got the character here and the. Okay, so they can affect one another however they please. So when we click on it, what we can do is, at least we can do this. Select character. Not selected character. Oh wait, select character is not a public function. So let's just select character, just make it public so that we can interfere. Okay, select. Okay, wait, let's just get rid of this. Let's save everything and then we can do select character. Yeah, that's better. And the character we can select can be overview.artSeed character. Right, something like that. So then we can at least, when we click here, we can select the character over there. And that's all good. Now, when a character is selected, it obviously does a bunch of stuff. It changes the icon, etc., etc. Yeah, we'll figure that out as well. Okay, but the character gets selected, and the selected character is set, and we do stuff with the more character stats. Okay, not necessarily going to be the case anymore, but okay. For now, we just select the character, and that's fine. Now, once a character is selected and we click on any slot, slot click should just happen, right? So that's okay. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any funny business there, because we have a character and we have a slot. Okay, so the one thing I'm concerned with so the selected character will not be null, for instance. If we click on a slot with level 0, it just doesn't do anything. Okay. Oh, event.button equals 1. Then we just do unselect all, okay. So infirmary is dead, all that stuff works out. this is the one that's not going to work. If we click on and it's a default slot, that doesn't exist anymore, right? Essentially. Yeah, the default slot's going to be nowhere, so we can't click on it necessarily. But what we could consider doing is just clicking on the overview or an overview again. Right. I'm not exactly sure how I want that to work. So clicking on overview will always select a character. Clicking on it again, does that unselect the character? I don't think so. I don't think there's a point for that. We just select a new character every time. Yeah. And then there won't be a default slot to click on, so I'm really not going to be worried about that right now. Okay. We're almost there. I'm thinking we're close to getting this thing to work. But I need to go use the restroom, grab myself something to drink. So I'm going to do that quickly. And then I'll be back. And we can see what else we can make work today. Okay, let me just get my OBS going here. Where are you, OBS? Okay. Something like that. And this. And I'll be right back. I have returned. There we go. Just making sure everything's working. Okay. Okay, so here we are. I think... Wait. Did I unmute myself? Wait a minute. Yes, I did. Okay. I kind of feel like this is going to work. Now, we're not updating the overview ever, which is obviously a problem. Yeah, you know what? Maybe whenever we do create a character, we should maybe just call update overview at least then. Right, just so when the new character's there, it doesn't just create the bars and they look all weird. It creates the bars and updates the values and the name and all that good stuff. Yeah, I think so. That'll work out. Okay. Now. What else do I have to do? I kind of feel like I should grab all the character overviews and just hide them when I initialize this thing. I think I might have to do something like that. So we can do a for something like this, but we're actually going to start at 1 and we're going to go up to 4 inclusive. Right, and I kind of think I want to do something like this. But then just use I. Maybe a couple more. So we want to get all of our character overviews 1 through 4. And we just want to do .style .display equals displays style .none, right? Something like this. And then over here, when I create one, because they're always going to be there, but when I create one, I want to do overview.main element. Then we make it flex, right? So when we initialize it, we hide them all. And then as we create some of them, we show them, right? Just during creation. Yeah, that makes sense. So then when I actually play the game, when I click play and there's no characters, there would be nothing here. And then as I unlock them, it adds more. I think that makes sense. Okay, so we got some things working, I guess. This is quite a lot. Okay, now our hard seed, these room slots, I know for a fact they're not working right. Okay, so we got damn it. The nice thing about the default slots, it's just a place to dump stuff, right? Let's actually, you know what, let's see, where's our default slots? Okay, so this is our default slot container, so it does exist. Drop it over there. Okay, so this is our default slots. I mean, that thing is messed up. You know what, maybe that's okay that it's messed up. If we take it, oh, it's super tiny. I want to like grab it and move it, but it's for some reason I can't. Here we go. If we put it over there, right, nobody's gonna see it or interact with it because it's off the screen, but they can still kind of work as like my placeholder stuff. I can still have them. They just gonna be off to the side where they don't matter. Does that make sense? Could we do that? I think so. Because the only reason I want that to happen is because of the way the icons move around, right? So if you don't have them in a slot, they should go to default slot, and I still want the behavior of a default slot. I just don't want to show it on the screen anymore, because you shouldn't need to interact with that slot to select a character now. You can select the character by interacting with the overview instead. Yeah, because that was kind of the point of a default slot. It was just there so that you can always go grab your character. But now, since we're leaving the character overviews, there's no point in doing that, right? I think so. Okay, that's good. This might actually make a lot of things very straightforward for me going forward now. Okay, so let's think about. Let's go back to our code and let's just see what happens. So our character overview is essentially going to work the same way. The only thing is returning characters to a default slot might be a little bit tricky. Yeah, so maybe what we should do with our level prep UI is we should check if we do a right click. That is essentially us removing a character from a slot. I think that's a good idea. So let's think about that. So slot clicked. Okay, so we click on a slot. That's fine. And we go down here and we do selected character is equal to null. You know what? Actually, it doesn't matter. I think if you right click, it is something that precedes any of this nonsense. You know what? Let's put it like there. So if you right click on anything, let's see what that does for us. Okay, so if the pop-up, okay, that doesn't matter. If the slot is less than level 1, you know what? Okay, wait a minute. Let's just not do this yet. Okay. So here's my thing. So since we want to change the working of this, I think I want to do slot room, slot character. Right, because that's kind of how we split the slots, right? We split them into a room and a character element. If you click on the room element, that's like clicking the slot. If you click on the character element, that's like clicking a character, not the slot. Yeah, okay. So we gotta change that so that we have two different elements that is being clicked. I like that. That makes sense. Okay, so okay, so we're gonna have to go and create. Let's see, where do we do slot clicked? Okay, so this is referenced in a few places. So default slot character fallback. Okay, so basically when we initialize the list of slots, we do this kind of thing. We're going to have to change a bunch of stuff here, but we should register 2 callbacks now. Okay, so essentially what I want is I want two different types of functions here. And they can do some of the same stuff. Okay, but we're going to do slot room. Or let's do slot character clicked and slot. This is going to be interesting. Room clicked. Okay. So we use the slot like normal, but now if we click the character side, we do something, and if we click the room side, we do something else. Now, some of this we're going to move around, but let's see how we're going to go with this. Okay, so in our currently it's going to be slot room clicked is going to be the default, right? Yeah. So we register callback slot room click. That is on the default slot here. Don't really care about that one. But you know what? I'm just not going to register callbacks for that one. Yeah. Yeah, let's not do that. We don't want the default slot to be clicked ever. Okay. So here we got register callbacks. Okay, so our slot okay, so we get the hard seat room slot. The hard seat room slot, so if we look at this thing, it now should have a room element and a character element. Alright, and we want to grab one of those actually. So yeah, we could do dot room elements, register callback, and then character element. Same with the button, right? So now we have those three things that you can click which are separate. I like this. So unlock slot clicked, and this one's going to be slot character clicked. Okay. So, very importantly, so if a slot character is clicked, right, we can check if, so this is like one of the first things I can think of. If you click on the slot character and there's actually not a character, it means you kind of want it to click on the slot, right? So we can do if slot dot character equals null. Is that how we check for no character? I think we have is empty. Yeah, if slot is empty. So if you click on an empty slot character side, that kind of means you wanted to do slot room clicked instead. So we just pass it through and we give it the events and the slot, right? And that should work. So we just pass it through. Okay. Now, if you click on the slot room, that does mean you wanted to click on the slot room, regardless. Even if there's a character in there, click on the character if you want the character. Okay, so we do that instead, and we just return out. So we do whatever this thing wants to do. Okay. So if the slot is not empty, that probably means you wanted to select the character. So we essentially want to do something like select the character. Just select character slot dot character. Right? Not like that. Select character slot dot character. Right? Because there's a character in there now. Okay, so we select the character. That's good. Now we don't move the character or anything like that. We just selected a character. Okay. Another thing we could do, if our event dot button, is it, equals 1. So this is how you check for a right click, eh? Yeah, this is a right click. So let's just do a right click. Right, so what happens if we right click on the character? Well, we actually want to return the character to its default slot, and so we want to remove it from that room. So essentially what we do is something like we do over here. Select character, change current slot, default slot, unselect all, return. Worry about all our UI sound effects later. Right, so that's essentially what we want to do. So if we click on a slot that doesn't have a character in it, we actually just wanted to click on the slot. If we right-clicked on the slot character, that means we wanted to remove the character from the slot. If we didn't right-click, that just means we wanted to select the slot. Okay. That seems nice and reasonable. Okay, so now what happens if we click on the room? Okay, clicking on the room, should that result in selecting the character as well? I don't think so. No, I don't think it should. Yeah, so this essentially is what we need to be careful of. So, right, it shouldn't result in you selecting the character ever. Just clicking on the room itself, because you specifically clicked on that side, so don't select the character. So let's see. So if we click on the room without a character, and it's the next level room, I guess we just want to preview the room. Okay, I do other funny things here. Okay, if it's the infirmary and we didn't have a character selected, yeah, I kind of feel like none of this should be happening, right? Okay, it's gonna be not happy with me. This is essentially never gonna happen now. Okay, so all of that code is kind of pointless now. I don't want to delete any of it just yet. You know what? If I don't want to delete it, just comment it out. It's probably better. Yeah, so if we don't have a character selected when we click on the room, that's fine. Right? We just want to show the room, actually. But we do that anyway, right? We show the room in any case. Yeah, we select the room. But that's fine. We selected the room exactly like we wanted. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Now, if we have a character selected, we could do a couple of other things. Something like, if we have a character selected, and we clicked on the room, it must mean, okay, unselect all. I don't like this, to be honest. Yeah, it's not a thing anymore. So if the room is a infirmary, can't put characters in the infirmary. I don't think this is going to be a thing anymore, so let's just take that out. Now, if the character that I have is dead, this is kind of a funny one, because I want to remove dead characters entirely. I want to... So since we can get new characters now, what I was kind of thinking is, like, you can get characters up to a maximum of 4. If one dies, they are dead. And perhaps there's a mechanism to revive them once or twice, but it's more expensive than it was currently. Because currently you could just kind of revive characters indefinitely. It was never really a big issue if somebody died. But what I want to change it to is that it becomes a big issue if somebody dies. You can replace them with a new character, but you can't indefinitely revive them, right? So I kind of don't think this is really relevant anymore either. Now, if it's a default slot, and that's also not relevant anymore, because, you know, what's the point of that? Yeah, this is interesting. When do we actually put the character inside of the thing? So that's infirmary is dead default. If selected character game object get component character is dead. So if he is dead, so let's say let's say it's false. And it doesn't take it. Okay. Okay. This last one is the only one that's really relevant. Okay, we'll just leave it like that for now. So we swap the slots. Okay. And I think after swapping slots, I want to do unselect all, right? Because there's no real point in having characters selected after you've signed them. Now, unselect all, I think actually swap slots does that for me. Where is swap slots? Oh, my word. Huh? Okay, here it is. Okay, it does do unselect all for me. Okay. I thought so. Don't have to do that twice. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, we swap slots. Okay. Okay, so the slot clicked just became a whole lot simpler since we split it now, because previously clicking on a slot had to figure out whether your intention was clicking on a character or not. But since the character side and the slot side are separate, it's not so much about, we don't have to predict the intention by looking at what's in the slot. We just know the intention by where the player clicked. Yes, like that's so much simpler than the shit I was doing before. But okay, I guess you live and you learn, hey? Good. Let's take another sip of this. Alright, let's get on with it. I kind of think this is going to be fine now. Just save everything. Go plug everything in on the inspector side. There's some other code here that I haven't done yet, obviously. But let's see. Okay, so character overview, you need to be plugged in there, you need to be plugged in there. There's a lot of stuff that's still going to be broken, I fear. Let's save and play and see what happens. I have no idea how this, I have a feeling I'm just going to get a bunch of errors. It's not actually going to get to the screen at all. Let's see. I mean, I've been trying to be, but it's just so much stuff, right? There's like 20 different scripts and things, and yeah, we're already getting issues. So edit slot list. Okay, yes. Okay, this doesn't work anymore because the slot list doesn't work like this anymore. Oh, that's interesting, actually, that broke. Okay, let's go here. Okay, we got some more breaking. Okay, this doesn't work anymore because the whole idea of hospitalized characters is not a thing, really. Ugh, okay, so we've broken a bunch of stuff. Okay, but we got there. Okay, so the first thing is the initialize list. So let's see. So level prep hard CDUI dot start. So at line 92, it calls init slot list. Okay, and that goes in here. So it tries to look in the main container for the HRS container. And within it, it wants to find all the Heartseed room slots. Counter them. Okay, so let's see why that broke. So if we go to our UI builder, okay, we still have the HRS container. Oh, that's the problem. Okay. Okay, so that's the first problem, because I put the default slots in there, so it kind of found them as well, and it tried to count them with everything else, and that's not going to work, right? So yeah, let's fix that. Okay, wait a minute, I just did a bad thing, I think. Okay, so there's our default slots. Just put them over there. I don't want them to get in the way. Okay, so now it'll still look for this container and get all the slots. There's 4 to start off with. It should find them. Okay, and I have a feeling if it can find those, then the next error maybe doesn't happen either. We'll see now. We'll see now. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, it's still value cannot be null. Okay, let's see where that happened. Okay, so for each okay, this whole left slot, right slot thing is not a thing anymore. So we can get rid of those. And we actually don't want to do this either for now. And next level slot. I mean, it should probably be yeah, maybe it is a thing. I'm not sure yet. Okay, but let's just do that. Yeah, but the left and the right side thing doesn't work that way anymore. There's no left and right, so it makes sense that that was now a problem. Okay, let's play it again. I did save that, right? So it should have. Yeah, it will compile correctly. Let's have a sip of water while we wait. Water. Hey, look at that. We didn't get a error that time. Nice. Make this bigger. Okay, so let's go next level. Oh, nothing broke. Okay, that looks horrific. Oh, interesting. What exactly is happening there? Very interesting. It looks like the default slot moved. Right? Maybe you can't put it off the screen. Okay, wait a minute. Let's see. UI builder. No, I want... What do I want? Debugger, yes. Let's just see. I think that might be it. Yes, okay, so the default slots are back inside of the screen for some reason. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I thought they'd stay outside. Okay, let's stop. I don't know why they moved in, though. I could have sworn this was illegal. Okay, easier way to deal with this then is to just say display none. It doesn't exist. Okay, save it. Save it again. Clear and play. Let's see. Okay. Ah, that's better. Character. Oh, night character clone. Oops. Okay. Hey, but look at that. The health values and things are correct. You have selected character 1. And then nothing happened, obviously, but I think the character should now be in the first slot, which is the next level slot, I think. Okay, so we at least got some things working, like the level is right, the character stats are shown and are correct. Okay, this UI does not look good. Like, if you look at it like this now, it's pretty bad, right? These elements look quite harsh. Between the colors and the very hard angles and corners and stuff. It's not good. Not good at all. Okay, and this doesn't really fit. And it doesn't actually update anything for us, right? Ah. Okay, this is probably because I right-clicked. Okay. Yeah. F slot character clicked. I guess. Wait, slot dot is empty. It should be empty, so right? Oh, interesting. It doesn't think it's empty. So when we change the current slot to the default slot, does it not set the other slot to empty? I'm sure it does. Change current slot, so we give it the default slot, right? If current slot dot character is equal to this, remove character, right? So, and is empty is true. Huh. So why the hell, how does it allow me to right click on it? It should skip. It should do this, come here, and then well, do nothing essentially, but yeah. Okay. Well, that's a funny one. Okay, so it kind of works. The name is incorrect. Night character clone. I don't know why that's the name. That's weird. Yeah, okay. Let's stop. Oh, you know what? I think I got the name wrong. Character data dot. Is it? Character name. Ah, okay. Name gives us the name of the game object, not the name of the character, right? Yeah, that's probably it. Okay, so that should help. Okay. Now, character icon. This is our overview, right? So we get the character icon, but we don't set it to anything. Should actually do that, right? Okay, so character icon dot background dot style dot background equals, let's see, so character data dot character so dot icon. I'm not actually sure. Character so. What are we calling you? Okay, let's see. Scriptable objects, character so. Character portrait. Okay, I would not have guessed. But it makes sense. Character portrait, right? This is... Oh, it's a sprite. Dot texture. We could do it like that, or we could use a sprite, I think. But okay, let's just try that. So now we should have a nice image that's correct, and the name should be correct. The values are already nice and correct. The room icon. Now we could do the same thing. If we just set this to null, it just means it's not in a room, right? Yeah, maybe we do that for now. This is just starting it off, right? When we create them, they're not in a room yet, so that's good enough. Okay. Okay, so currently if we click the character overview, we select a character. Okay, that does work. Now... Okay, what's not working is our hot seat room slot. So when we add a character, okay, we normally get the character icon holder, which is not a thing really anymore. Okay, where do we put this thing now? Character icon, no, it is a thing, it is a thing. Yeah. The character icon holder is still a thing, and if we add the character icon, it should work. So why doesn't it? Okay, where's this called? It should happen when we do swap slots, right? Okay, so let's see, when we unlock the slots, if it's at next level. Okay, we don't really have unlock slot things anymore because we don't have, we don't see the buy button thingy. Okay, we call unlock slot for the first one, right? But it doesn't really do anything. I changed this to background image, I guess, to slotso.texture2d. That's not necessarily something we want. Unlock button gets hidden, but I'm not sure it's shown in the first place. Okay, let's just save a little bit. Yeah, and go back here and clear this stuff. It's messy. Go to UI Builder. Now let's see. Okay, so technically what we'd like is, so let's think about this. The room element should be hidden and the character element should be hidden at the start, right? Which means if we look at this thing, it should be unlock button only. But the unlock button is super tiny and missing. Yeah, because we kind of want odd seed room slots. And then we want to do hashtag unlock button. Right? We want to do it that way. Okay, and then the unlock button, we want it to grow. Yeah, which would mean it's now the full size. Okay, so that's the first thing we do. And then we kind of wanted to have a background texture plus. Okay, we can do a nice one like so. We can tint it. Nah. Ooh. Okay, let's just do blue. Something like that. Okay, let's just do that instead. Okay. Now the unlock button exists and we can click on it, right? That's good. Okay. And I kind of... okay, but at least it's there. And we can click on it, which should allow us to unlock new rooms, right? And if we go to our code, right here, when we unlock the slots, we want our unlock button display to be none, and we want our room elements dot style flex, and this is our character element, right? So just make sure that when we unlock we can see them. Now let's see what that does for us. So say, okay, now that should override whatever style we have set right now. So let's just save this as well and give it a good old play test. And we see what happens. Okay, at least there's no errors. So next level. Okay, so we can't see them. Okay, here we can get our different rooms, I guess. Okay, so none of these buttons work, unfortunately. But at least it did that. And we can see our characters now properly displayed up there. Okay, so we're getting closer. Yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't work currently. Very interesting, though. It should have unlocked the first one at least. Right? Unless... should we do this over here? Maybe. Yeah, maybe we should do that over there. And then inside of UI builder. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. I don't know why it didn't work though. Okay, but let's just see. So in UI builder, you hide that one and we show those. Okay, so this is how they look like now. Let's just play. So as soon as I play, it should hide that and show the button overlay. Okay, that worked. Why did that one not unlock though? Okay, let's click on this one. Unlock. Why did the first one not unlock? Okay, so obviously when we click the unlock button, that did work, right? So clicking the unlock button does show the correct UI. The one thing I'm confused by is, did I take that out though? Maybe I did. So when we initialize the slots, the first one, yeah, it should unlock that one. Make it a next level slot. So why doesn't it? Oh, wait a minute. Whoops-a-daisies. Okay, I think I see what's happening, because I don't actually have a slot 0. And it gets, or tries to get, slot 0 and unlock it, but I don't have one. That's still the first element in the list, but it doesn't exist. Okay, let's try that again. I think this was the problem. And it should work now. Okay, next level. Oh, now we have other problems. Okay, fantastic. Okay, because now it's actually trying to unlock a real thing, so let's see what happens. So slot, initialize slots, whatever. Okay, so that's a problem for it, and it's a problem. For this reason? I don't understand that. Okay, wait, let's try and figure out the first problem. So it goes and it tries to initialize slot list. Init slot. That's the slot ID. Wait, what? All reference exception. I'm not sure why this is happening. Okay, so it obviously starts, it does that. So why would it get here? Okay, that's a different problem. Why would it get here and not be able to initialize the slot? Okay, we get the slot name. We should have gotten slot 0. So that's the only thing I could think of, is that it didn't get slot 0. It doesn't know how to get it or something. I don't know. Because clearly there is a slot over there. Oh yeah, clicking on it is also not helping, but because it's trying to do unlock slot. Yeah, okay, well, there's a lot of things that didn't initialize correctly now, so there's obviously a problem. It's just weird that it didn't work for this slot. Windows. Do a debugger, pick element. This one. What are you? You are slot 0. Okay, so you got the right number. Interesting. I have no idea what initialize slot dot initialize slot with I, which is just a number roll. I mean, this doesn't make any sense to me. What exactly is it trying to say? That the slot doesn't exist that I'm trying to initialize? How would that be? I mean, we clearly have it over here. It's right there. There we go. Nothing special about it. It's just another slot. Got 5 of them now instead of 4. That shouldn't be such a big deal. Yeah, I have no idea why this cannot happen. I mean, we grab the slot. Oh, wait a minute. Main container. Okay, what if we did this first? Might be more than one. Yeah. Might still exist somewhere else. And let's not look in the main container. Let's only look in HRS container. That could be it. Now that I think about it, because I might still have another one. Nope, here we go. Here it is actually. There are 2 of them, and that kind of confuses the thing, I think. It should just get the first one though. Flippin', I don't know. Who knows? I certainly don't. But this should help. Okay, we get an error, but I think it's a different one. No, it's the same one. Crying out loud. I don't understand. Yep, and then we get another one. Sorry. Okay, just out of curiosity, let's go. Let's delete that one, and let's delete that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait, there should be one there. Let's undo that one. The delete I just did. Oh my word. Okay, just... Okay, this should work. There should be a number 0. It's always been a number 0. Okay, so let's see how the hell this thing is failing. Maybe it's failing on the last one, actually. And not the first. That is possible, though. I didn't think about that. Hello? Where is my initializing slot stuff? Okay, so we go from 0. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There isn't... Yeah, I think it's the last one. Because it tries to get a slot and initialize it, but it didn't get a slot. Yeah. So slot 0 works fine. 1 should be 1, 2 should be 2, 3, 3. Slot list count. It should be 5. Then that's 6 slots that it's trying to assign. I think it's the last slot, actually. Okay, let's just think about this. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it counts to 5. But since it starts assigning from 0, this is actually going to give us more elements. Yeah, so this should just be less than then. Because it's not slot 5, this one, it's slot 4. Yeah, so then that is then numbered correctly according to how lists work anyway. Yeah, okay. That was my... Okay, so this is just less than slot list. Then it should work. Because then the slot name... Yeah, because it was getting to 5. It's the last one that broke every time. Okay. Not the first one, like I thought. Okay, kind of interesting that didn't happen before, but anyway, I think that is the problem there. So, play it again. Now it should work because there's 5 slots. Yeah, this should be fine. I think previously we didn't have a slot 0, so it skipped that one. Yeah, look at that. No error that time. And if we go next, there we go. The first slot was unlocked, like it should be. That's the next level slot, essentially. Okay, that's good. If we click there, we select the character. Now if I click here, look at that, the character is put into the slot. Now if I click on the slot, it doesn't do anything because it doesn't know what to do. I can still select the character inside the slot. Okay, I can get them like that again. If I right click, okay, that is interesting. So if I right click here, because it thinks it's not, that's weird. So is empty is false. Oh, right-click selected character, change current slot default. Ah, okay. No, that shouldn't be the selected character. It should be the slot dot character. Not the selected character. It should be the slot character. There we go. Now, we're not trying to select the character there. If you are right-clicking. Otherwise, we do select the character. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Let's just play it again. Just want to see it work. Okay, next character. Put you in there. Right click, goes away. Right click again, doesn't do anything. Grab it again, and we can grab it in there. Right, okay, that works somewhat okay. Now if I click here, I get, oh, now I can actually select a room. Oh, because the overlay is not there anymore. Okay, that's good. So if I select, I don't know, observation room, and I click unlock, there we go, we got the observation room. And we actually do get some of the functionality of the observation room. Okay, that's pretty nice. Now we just need a way to actually start the game. Some of the things are coming together now. Okay, this is dumb. So the way the icon is working is stupid. So we need to get rid of that. And it would be kind of cool if the selected character is highlighted up here somehow. Yeah. Okay, and we can do gym, boom, there's our gym. We can do the blacksmith, bam, there's the blacksmith. Nice and big, I kind of like that. Okay, very good. Now, hey, this list is going to work a little bit differently. Okay, let's see. We can click there and put him in the blacksmith. That's good. So if we click there, we also select him, right? So we don't need to select him from there. We can select him from up top as well. We feel like doing it that way. Okay, I like this. I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah, we obviously need to fix the background. Seeing as this is dumb. Okay, so let's go fix the background quickly. I think we can do that pretty simply. By just looking at this, and when we unlock, yeah, we don't do style.background image. We need to do room icon dot style dot background image. Right. I think that is the one. Okay, we'll have, okay, there's a bunch of other buttons and stuff that doesn't exist anymore. But I think that's all we need to make the icons not be stupid. What is the next thing we need to do? Kind of cool if we can have a start button again. Okay, but for now we don't have a start button. Where exactly did I put my start button, for that matter? That's a good point, right? So it would be somewhere in the room preview, right? Okay, our time multiplier buttons get shown. The room unlock shop, that works. The portal overview doesn't, so we can't summon new characters. That's okay. I think we just need like a next level overview or a start level overview or something like that. which shows you the character that you've selected to play. Yeah, that could be a good idea. We could do something like that. We can show like the more character stats, etc. of that specific character. Hey, this guy, how's it going, man? Is it Father's Day today? Wait a minute. Is it Father's Day in South Africa as well? Wow, thanks for the resub. Is it Father's Day in... No. No, I thought so. Okay. We have Father's Day on the 21st of June. Well... That is next year, actually. This year it was on the 15th of June. Okay, so I didn't miss anything. Okay, good. I was almost... Okay, that's good. How's it going, man? What's happening in New Zealand land? Except for Father's Day. But I guess that was most of what's happening today, at least. 7 p.m. and you want to sleep. That sounds about right. That's almost my bedtime. But it's because I wake up early, like a dumbass. Okay, let's see if this works a little bit better. Observation. Okay, wait a minute. There's something broken again. Okay. Okay, that's better. So the icon goes over there. Audio section. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Infirmary's got a nice bed. Okay, it does the blackout. I guess that's okay. And if we click on our character, we can put them different places. I kinda don't want that to happen. Do I want that to happen? So when you... So, okay, so here's kind of my thing. If I click on this, and I click on the chicken, I don't want to see the gym. Okay, that works. And then I click here, the chicken is placed. And I see, okay, so maybe I do want to see the place that I put the character, but I don't, if I grab a character, I don't want to see where I'm grabbing them from. I want to see where I put them, but not where I grab them. That's okay, that's okay. I can work with that. Maybe I change that in the future as well, but, you know. For now, that's it's good enough, okay. And if I click here, I don't select characters, but I do cycle through the rooms, which is nice. Okay. Okay, now we just need, like... I mean, we need a bunch of things. We need so many things, but we're getting there, we're getting there. Okay, we need a normal room overlay. So a normal room overlay would be room information, so the info of the room. So basically this, right? Where's my thing? This is a normal room overlay, realistically. So there's a upgrade button that you can click to upgrade the room. There's a info button on the room, so that's like a tooltip. There's a duration cost. What does that even mean? Oh, that is not a default one. That is for specifically starting the level. Yeah, so when we want to start the level, you can set the duration of the level and then start the level. Yes, that's right. Other things, obviously, there's some other things for the level to start, but yeah, we need those two at least. Let's see if we can get those two working again, and then see if we can play the game at least once. I think that'll be good. So if we go to this room, which is our next level room, we need to see the duration that we can toggle, and then a button to start. So we need an overlay for that. Okay. There's still a bunch of things we need to do, but yeah, we're getting somewhere. I think this is gonna be this is so much better already. The fact that the rooms are nice and big, and this is just a normal list, easy to navigate. More information can be displayed, and it's much clearer. I don't know why I overcomplicate things so much, but anyway. At least it's working now. It doesn't look good, but it's looking better. We're getting there. Okay, so what I want, so we have the portal room. So essentially we want to add another overlay here, and this is going to be specifically the next level overlay. Right, and you know what, let's just hide the other ones. Okay, there you go, most of them are hidden already. Okay, so the next level overlay. Now, okay, it seems like we add a dot room. Wait, do we? Yeah, okay. Room review overlay. Okay, I add that to all of them for some reason. Not sure exactly why. But okay, it's there. It's there. It's fine. Okay, now inside this thing, okay, let's see. We actually have a lot of these buttons already. So let's go grab them. Start level button. I want you in there. There we go. Level duration. I want you in there. Okay, so this is essentially what we need. All this stuff. Yeah, that's essentially what we need, right? We need to be able to change the level duration and then start the level in our next level overlay. Okay, I want all of that to be at the bottom there, so let's just give it some... Oh, come on. Give it some stuff like so, and then we move them all in there. And then this thing, we can then set it to be, whoop, something like that. You know what? Let's put it something like that instead. Okay, and it can also self-align to... Okay, never mind. Unset that one. Okay, I kind of just want to let it go down. So, we shouldn't make it grow. That's probably one of the problems. No growing. Give you a height like 120. And we say go to the bottom. Not go to the bottom, evidently. I guess we can take this one and tell it to put its stuff at the bottom. There we go. Okay, so now we have our button over there to start the level, and we have our cost stuff. Okay, so the level cost and duration, let's just see. So we have this. Okay, I kind of want to put the level cost on top of that one over there. So let's just try something. I'll put that in there. I want them on top of one another, so do this. Doesn't quite do what I want. Yeah, no, it doesn't. This does not. It's not do what I want. Okay, so I need another visual element. Then actually, I need this one in there, and I need the duration to be separate. Okay, then I can do it like that. Okay. Okay, why are you so big? Yeah, nobody knows. Height 50. Yeah, why are you so big? What is making you that massive? Does not make sense unless it's this thing. Must be this thing. Okay, let's just unset all. There we go. Okay, so something like that. Let's see if we swap them around. That's your cost, and that's your time. Now, I don't know. Should I put a label in here? I don't think I need to. But I feel like I have to. I don't know why. So something like this, and then I tell it something like I just call this time, and this is cost. Right? I don't know. Feels kind of shit to me. Yeah, because kind of how I was envisioning it is just you have a duration that you set, and then the cost is just kind of shown in brackets. What if we did? Okay, let's try that. Okay, I'm gonna figure this out somehow. Okay, now height to be smaller. I actually think I want to change the text size in here. Okay, let's just make it 16. But this element is way too massive. Don't I have a coin icon? Yes, I do. Okay, so if we unset all, and we just make this thing a dot coin icon, should get the coin icon again. Yeah. Okay, but now we can make it smaller. Let's make it 20 by 20, right? Nice small. Okay, we can make it 25 by 25. Okay, that looks okay. Now, this element, this label is way too massive. Why is it like that? What is your problem, label? Okay, it's got a height. Let's unset that. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Margin 0, 0. Let's get everything at the same level. Okay, now we're starting to look like something here. We can give you a negative margin, so that we can get it to be nicely in between those two. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Ah, look at this. Okay, this is now our duration, and then that's the cost. Okay, let's just see. Okay, so that's just the sizing of it. Okay, so our duration doesn't need to be inside of a visual element anymore. Let's just get rid of that. Right, just too many things. Now what we can do here is we can increase the size of this to 20, 24 is reasonable. Now I kind of want them to be closer together. So I think I can give this one a negative margin to scooch it up. Yeah, so you can see now, as you click plus, your the amount of money you're gonna have to spend is gonna kind of increase on you. Okay, this is looking like something. Okay, so we have our level duration. Okay, so first of all, okay, that doesn't do much. Are you growing? Yes, you are. 0. Don't grow. Sus, man. Okay, then we can whip. Okay, undo. Don't know what I just did, but I destroyed it. Okay, if I tell you to not grow, okay, why are you like that? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's change your width. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but okay. Chat, I like this dude. How's it, man? I am using UI Toolkit, that's right. Oh, I'm trying. Trying my very best. Okay, 20. 28 perhaps? I probably need to do a bunch of other stuff here to make this look any good. Why is this thing... Oh, it's... Oh, jeez. Oh, I see. I see now what the problem is. I need to get rid of this one. And I can only work with this one then. Okay, that's way better. And then width, we can just unset the width. Ah, there we go. That looks better. Okay, we can take this whole thing then. And, you know, we can justify the content on that side. I think we can. Okay, something like that. I kind of want to put, you know what, let's do this. Let's put another visual element right there. Right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to let them all grow. Like so, and like so, and okay, they're all growing. They're not taking up the same amount of space, which is kind of annoying. Let's do 33%, and then you can also do percentage 33, and then you can also do a percentage 33. That's better. Wait, like how do you add like button or a text from the UI on a script as reference in here? If I understand it correctly, so this is a button, right? And here we have some buttons and just some text. So there's a couple of ways you can do it with UI toolkit. So the first thing you can do is you can create custom UI elements, right? And when you create a custom UI element, you do something like this. Okay, Unity wants to do a thing. Let's just let it do a thing. Well, I'll show you now. So, okay. So I've created custom UI elements like this room slot thing that I have over here. It's a class, right? It's got a bunch of methods and stuff, but essentially what I do here is right at the top, you know, using UI elements, I just get all the labels and the visual element that's to display something, you know, visually. And then I can also do buttons. Where do I do buttons? I'm sure I have buttons in here. I don't have a button. I think I just use the visual elements as a button. But anyway, so that's what you can do. And then I create them. And then this becomes a custom slot or a custom element that when I make it, when it creates itself, I already have all the references because they are referenced here. The other way to do it is like something like this, where you essentially, so here's my restart settings main menu button. So you query it, right? So you just do root. So root is basically my UI document, right? So that you just set up like that. It's just a get component. And then if I query anything in root with the name, so you can use names or just types or however, there's a lot of ways to query things. I just use names of the buttons. I can then get a reference to that button and assign it, like I do over here, to some of them. Right? Or if I just want to register an event or something like that, like a click event, yeah, I have a Lambda function that, you know, references the event. Just goes to some function. Or I could just write the whole ass thing like this. Just do .click like that, if I wanted. Right? So this is my start level button. That is essentially what it is, right? And once you've gotten that out of the way, then you can do a lot of stuff, right? I really like this way of doing it, but you still need both, I would say. But I really like this. It's very cool, the custom elements. Because I can make this thing that does a million different things, but it acts like a button and all other types of stuff. So those are basically, they are kind of like a button, but they look like this, right? So it's a button. It's actually a split button. So this is the whole element that I created custom. This side of it is a button, and this side is a button. So depending on which side of the button you click, it does different things. And then I also have this thing. I made the whole thing work as a button, but it also displays all your character stats and stuff dynamically. And now I'm working on this, which is also a bunch of buttons. Okay, but let's see. I think I want this one to move up. Why is it so? Oh, okay. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Okay, cool. So now we've got our set level duration and start next level buttons or UI going here. It kind of doesn't look like it's pretty. It's like, are these things really the same size? They don't really seem the same size. I guess what I can do now is I can just center these. Something like that. Okay. So all I need to do now is get my next level overlay to show whenever you click on the next level button. So let's see, we're gonna go here. And yeah, so now what I can do is I can make my next level overlay be a thing over here. If I wanted, Yeah, this is getting so cluttered. Or I can just go over here. There's probably some refining I can do here, but let's just do this for the dumbness. Public, this is a visual element. We're going to call it the next level overlay, and right here somewhere we can get it. So we can do our next level overlay equals root.q query. We want a visual element, and the name of the visual element is, whoopsie, that's not what I wanted to press. Next level overlay. So now we got a reference to it. And what we can do is just do next level overlay display style none over there. So we hide it. And then only when you click on the next level slot. Okay, so let's see, slot room clicked. Yeah, so we kind of do something like this. Display style equals none by default, but if we see we clicked on the, okay, so we're gonna have to do something like if you clicked on the slot.slot.so.room type is equal to the next level slot. We just do a flex. Yeah, so we just show it. Do we need to return, or we show it and then I guess we don't need to do anything else because we've simplified everything so dramatically. So it'll hide it by default and then only show it if that is actually the one we've clicked on. Good. Okay, so now we should be able to start the game, I think. I hope. Let's let it compile and let's play and let's see if this works. I really hope it does. All of these buttons should still be connected. They were just hidden before, but now they should be shown. So I should be able to interact with them like I did normally. Okay, so this is our party overview. Next. Okay, we can unlock rooms. Right. That works. We can take our character, put him in a room, or we can put him in the next level slots. Ooh, okay, so one of the problems is it still shows you the previous room. Okay, that's because I don't really have a room for this one. Ah, okay, cool. Okay, so this works, so I can increase the level duration. It doesn't know what to do with the cost though, I see. Okay, but at least that does do something. And I can start the next level, right? Should be able to start. What? The game is playing again. That's amazing. Oh, maybe the cost is 0 because I don't have any characters using any rooms. That's also possible. Just like I haven't played the game in like weeks because my UI was so broken. I literally didn't have a button. Ah, fantastic. And our characters are leveling up. Good. Next level. Okay, we can... okay. So here's a problem. When I try to unlock a room, it keeps this open. Okay, so that's a problem. Okay, but that's good. So let's go and check. So when I slot room clicked, it should hide it though. Okay, so yeah, it seems like the overlay stuff still there. Upgrade, room upgrade button. No, I'm thinking about the unlock. Yeah, so we do register a callback on the unlock. Okay, let's just see here. So we show. Yeah, okay. We show the we essentially want all the other overlays to be hidden. Right, so it's going to be like the... Okay, what are some of the other overlays we have that needs to be hidden? Okay, so it's the... Okay, room unlock is shown, so we show this one. So the portal overlay and the next level overlay and the time multiplier buttons, I think, should all be hidden. Okay, so first of all, just next level overlay dot style. Display style none. Just get that one out of the way for now. But yeah, there's a couple that we should be hiding. Okay. You know what? In this one, let's get rid of those. Let's keep them. They're just there for me to edit the stuff to make them look nice. Okay, let's save. Another thing I want to quickly try is to just add another character to the party and see if it's gonna work. Not the actual add character UI, but I just want to manually add a character quickly. So we just add, let's say, a Robin. Let's add another one, Owl. Right. Okay, so now we should have 3 characters from the get-go. And yeah, it should be working. Let's see. Okay, we got our 3 characters. That seems fine. Now if we go next level. Okay. There's our first problem. Only the last character seems to have been assigned. Okay, now we can do this. We can do this, and then we can do this again. Yeah, okay, that works, and we can still interact with this. Okay, so we only have the 3rd character assigned. The others did not appear. Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay. We'll see how that works. And we'll fix that now. I just need a quick break. We'll be right back. Let's see. That one and this one. And give me 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. And I can think again. So, let's try and fix this, right? Because it's unfortunate that it didn't work. Okay, so something happens when we create these. It just overwrites the first one every time. So let's go see how they are created, or shown, or whatever the case might be. Right, so we essentially do a create character overview. We get a character. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is the problem. Yeah. Okay, so what we do here, we can't use the count because that just gets the same one every single time. So what we should do instead is do character data dot character ID. Right, character IDs go from 0. And I think these names start from 1. So we'll just do +1. Because then the character ID 0 is the first. Yeah, that's as simple as that. I think that's all I needed to do. Because I think I kept overwriting it. This should work now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Doesn't like that. Okay, wait, why is it like that now? Okay, let's just see. Yeah, okay, none of them created because it didn't work. Okay, start initialize, and then we got over there. No, that's not where it broke. Surely. Okay, so character overview, it should create a character overview and assign it. Turns it. So as you see. So it came here and tried to create a character overview. I would have guessed something like this. Oh, yes, it is there. It is this one. Yeah, it wants to make it flex, but it can't find it because it can't get the right number. Character ID. Do we cast this to an int first? Maybe that is the problem. Maybe we take the ID, cast it to an int, and then add 1. That was probably the problem. Okay, let's try that again with our 3 characters. No error. That's a good sign. Click next. There we go. There's our 3 characters. Nice. Okay, now if we add rooms and stuff, let's do an observation room. So we can click and put him in the observation room, for instance. Put her in the gym and put him in the next level. And now our levels would cost something because we have 2 characters that are going to use the level in some way. Okay, that's good, that's good. Okay, so now our level is actually going to cost us money, and we're going to play. You know, things should be happening. Yeah, there, things are happening. So we're getting the fireball support from the owl, which is good. Okay, we are close, guys, we are close. That is quite a bit of progress. Now, if only I could make the UI look better. But I like the layout more. I like clarity. I like the fact that there's not a lot of elements at a time. That really is better, I think. How did its max health go up? Oh, I gained a level. Okay, that's fine. That's good. Yeah, like this is very ugly. And the fact that it still says workshop everywhere is kind of a problem as well. You know what? Could I multiply this? Does that actually work? Let's try it. It says it did. Okay, interesting. So if we start the next level, even though it doesn't indicate it, I should be seeing a lot more fireballs. Okay, so our multiplier actually does work for the room. Okay, that's very good. So our buttons seem to be doing their buttony best, hey? Okay, nice. Very nice. Here's the chicken. Okay, yeah, this is good. And we can look at all these rooms. Now, all these rooms are going to be updated. We're going to have new types of rooms because we kind of don't really like these ones. Now I just need to show the room levels and so these multipliers and stuff over there, I need to show those. Because I think that'll be good. I might change the layout. Maybe, I don't know. Depends. Okay, so I need to change the names, the multiplier number, the level, the character names. I don't think I changed the character names. Yeah, I just put the icon in there. But they're all named Barnaby. Okay, so that's not right. I need to change that as well. Now, these names are quite long, actually, so they're not actually going to fit. Okay, that's another thing we need to consider. Okay, but for now, I think I'm going to call it there for the stream. I think that's a good 4-hour session right there on a Sunday. I'm happy with that. I'll call that acceptable. Yeah, I don't know how much I'm gonna stream the week, but I'll see how it goes. I kind of enjoy streaming, so I want to do more of it, but it's been hard the last couple of weeks. Hopefully, I can get back to it in a little bit more frequent manner. Anyway, guys, gonna call it there. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one, whenever that is. Right. So cheers.